Class 23, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 23, first call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Our judge today is Kendall Reitzenstein from Kersey, Colorado. Kendall grew up on a 250 head cattle operation. She has showed cattle, pigs, and horses while growing up. Kendall also competed on the national champion teams at Redlands Community College, then continued her education at Oklahoma State University, where they were named the reserve national team. She has also been fortunate enough to be named an All-American at both. After her undergrad, she was the assistant coach at OSU for 2 national champion teams and completed a Master's of Science degree. Kendall just completed being the livestock judging coach and coordinator at Colorado State University, where she coached 2 teams. Currently, Kendall and her family continue to raise cattle and pigs for youth exhibitors across the U.S. Rodeo Austin, let's give a warm welcome to Kendall Reitzenstein as she judges our barrow show. Class 23, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 23, second call to the show ring. Class 23, this is your third and final call to the show ring.
Well, good morning. An awesome way to get started. Just a great way with the national anthem and a prayer and the good music. We're in for a good day, and we start off very strong on this first class. This barrow that leads off, he hit me hard in the sift ring, and he comes out here, and to me, of the top end, he combines all the good things into one piece. He's tall-shouldered. He's the fresh barrow for just being a lightweight in terms of his head, the crest of his neck, the top side of his skeleton. To me, if you step up off of him, he looks like a show barrow. His presence up front, he's big-chested and big-armed. He's good down his top line and got a useful hip and hind leg. I'm not going to say he's the stoutest in terms of his bone work. That advantage goes to the 1 and 2, but to me, everything still pieces very good. Congratulations to that young man. This one here in 2 is burly, and he's stout, and he is big at the ground in terms of his toe spread, his ankle size, and his density. I love his back shape, working out of a big, bold blade and shoulder. To me, when you study him from the side, he's just a little bit rounder out of his hip, just like to pull his tail out and just hook him up a little smoother in his loin edge and all the way back. But that one, from that point forward, has got a lot of neat pieces in terms of density and hair and total feature. The one that comes out here in 3 is awesome built. His height, the shoulder, his skeleton reads extremely, extremely good. I love the angle to his shoulder, the set to his knee, the reach and the go out of his hip and his hind leg. Young man does a great job of driving him. You just got to ask yourself, is there enough power there? Coming at you and leaving, he's the most closed up of the initial trio. I love his presence from the side. I love his skeleton, love his build. The one that comes out here in 4 is stouter, and he is more opened up, coming at you and leaving any angle you study him. A big hip working in this particular barrow. Gets a little easy in terms of his top line. Maybe doesn't balance up or proportion quite as good from the profile, but nonetheless very, very stout. Really a nice barrow that comes out here in 5. That's huge down his back, short backed as well, and just modern in terms of his look. With that, though, a little shorter, more compact off of either end. Just like to lengthen him out to move up here in this particular class. As we work through 6 down, I talk to these kids. Once again, a great way to get us started. Let's go ahead and make some noise for all these kids.
Your placings from Class 22, first place, Creighton Rains, Fredericksburg FFA. Second place, Talon Garduno of Wink FFA. Third place, Kale Underwood, Idaloo FFA, animal bred by Brockman Farms. Fourth place, Kaylee Bays of S&S Consolidated FFA. Bred by Lacey Livestock. Fifth place, Rhett Owens of Heiko FFA, bred by Reeves and Smith Genetics. Sixth place, Isabella No of Van Alstyne FFA, bred by Vice Genetics. Seventh place, Hunter Vallis of Oak Ridge FFA, animal bred by McKinney Show Pigs. Eighth place, Peyton Ralston of Dallam-Hartley County 4-H, bred by Ralston Hog Farms. Ninth place, Jace Jarris of S&S Consolidated FFA, bred by Blunt Farms. And 10th place, Coco Donegan of Tolar FFA, bred by High Roller Genetics. Class 24, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 24, first call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 24, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 24, second call to the show ring. Class 24, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 24, third and final call to the show ring.
good class, and I'll be honest, a little more challenging to piece together. But to me, the one that leads off, he's maybe tying up on us just a little. But if you watch him come and go and get on top of him, he's just the best in terms of just completeness. He's the big-chested barrel that's the squarest in his upper rump. He carries that to the surface. From the side, I felt like of the initial four, he proportioned the best. He's modern in terms of his body length. He's neat about his head and the crest of his neck. Like I said, he's maybe getting just a little tight, but I still think his angles read more correct than the one here in 2. He's still bigger chested, stronger footed, and just more correct in terms of his body. This one here in 2 has got more length and extension, no doubt. He's taller shouldered. He's neater from that point forward, and he gives you a good look down his top line and into his tail. He's big up high in terms of his hip placement. You know, at the surface, he gets just a little awkward stepping for me out of his rear skeleton. Coming at you, to me, he's more closed up, and it reflects into his jawline and his forerib. But hey, that's a tall-shouldered barrel that gives you a really neat look down his top line and into a big upper hip. This one here at 3, you know, in the sift ring and coming out here, he was doing some weird things with his feet, but once he actually sets down on this surface and gets to going, that's a nice barrow. He's really good up top in terms of his fresh shape. Short back barrow that, too, is really stout in his upper hip and still proportions fairly good. Like I said, you know, he gets just a little awkward in terms of his hip design, maybe a little crest here. There in terms of his neck and up front, but that's a big, fresh back barrel. I commend the young lady for just getting through it and getting him to drive. This one here in 4, real stout. He's stout up high. He works a big hip in him, big chested. You know, with that extra power, he's just a little rounder off of both ends, a little lower in terms of his shoulder and rounder out of his hip. But that one is very fresh, very big backed, and got a lot of power. This young man has done a nice job with this barrow. In this view right here, I like a lot of things about him. He's real tall shouldered. He's good out of his hip, coming and going, just not enough to him in terms of muscle, in terms of chest width, but that's a nice barrow in terms of his build. We roll these next 2 out. Blue barrow here, neat from the side, fresh skin and hair, just needs to be stouter at the ground. A good class here. Again, let's congratulate these kids on their hard work.
Your placings from Class 23. First place, Kathleen Harmon, George West FFA. Second place, Shelby Brown, Lubbock County 4-H. Third place, Cameron Gratz, Groom FFA, bred by S Squared Show Pigs. Fourth place, Tabor Churchwell, New Home FFA, bred by Lacey Livestock. Fifth place, Maverick Cody, Tolar FFA, bred by Lindner Show Pigs. Sixth place, Kyla Templeton of Corral FFA, bred by BRS Hog Farm. Seventh place, Gene Parham of Dawson County 4-H, bred by High Roller Genetics. Eighth place, Megan Long, Van Alstyne FFA, bred by Blunt Farms. Ninth place, Paisley Mitchum of Tom Green County 4-H, bred by Backyard Show Pigs. 10th place, Georgia Witt, Robinson FFA, McKinley Show Pigs. Class 25, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 25, first call to the show ring. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 25, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 25, second call to the show ring. Class 25, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 25, third and final call to the show ring, please.
Interesting class out here. We got one of every kind and maybe just a challenge to kind of piece together. I could see it maybe being switched up a few different ways. I'm going to describe them how I see them and nothing taken away. I do think there's quality out here. This top pair, completely different, but the one that leads off is just denser everywhere. If you get on top of him, this is the biggest back barrow of the particular drive. He's also the widest chested, biggest armed, and biggest hipped barrow. Coming at you, I read him to just be more opened up compared to the one here in 2. He's stouter skull that reflects down into his forerib and the texture to his body. He might be just a little awkward from hock to surface and setting on the surface here and driving off of it, but I still read him to be okay there. He's still proportions good. He's dense, he's burly, he's hairy, and to me, he's the stoutest barrow of the drive. The one here in 2 gives you a neat look. He's taller shouldered, he's longer hipped than our class leader, and from the side, I enjoy looking at just his proportions of his lower body line. He's still got some hinging ability off of either end. He's frailer jawed and honestly just needs to be opened up in terms of his chest and up high in terms of his back shape. He's still got plenty to him going away from you. I like his quality look from the side. To me, just needs to be stoutened up in terms of his front arm, his jawbone, and up high in terms of topside power. One here in 3 is fresher, and he's probably one of the fresher barrows when you just watch him go right underneath of you. He's big in his edges, his loin, his upper hip. He's just not comfortable to me in terms of his spine, a little rounder in terms of his shoulder, but I like his body shape. He's fresh in his turn out of the top of his spine all the way down, and really a good back shape in that particular barrow, fresh skin and hair as well. The one in 4, man, if we could change his hind leg, he'd push that class winner awful hard, because from that point forward, he's got a lot of neat things in terms of just density, shortness of back, modern look from the side, and with the chest. You know, he's a little frailer in terms of his skull, but when you step in behind him, for me, he's just not comfortable enough and needs to be squared up in his hock. Young lady's done a nice job with that particular barrow. No holes barrow that comes next. That is super good in terms of his skeleton. I like his skull shape. He's dense, he's stout coming at you. You know, for as much as he has up high, high. We got to just stouten him up at the surface, maybe freshen him up just a nickel from a skin and hair and body perspective. Young man has done a great job with that one. Love his skull and coming at you. A nice blue barrel here. To me, that is just a little bit better in terms of his body shape, and when you get on top of him as he drops into his upper cage to the mid part of his body, just too plain for me. A little plainer about his front skeleton, plainer and rounder out of his hip, but still a good-bodied, big back kind of a barrel. As we roll these next few out, again, a tough class, a good class nonetheless, but these kids, again, have done a great job. Let's go ahead and congratulate all them as we work into the next set.
Your results from Class 24, first place, Delaney Taylor, La Pointer FFA. Second place, Blaine Bernard of Victoria County 4-H. Third place, Sage Bearden of Crowell FFA, bred by The Stud. Fourth place, Harlan Trojak of Wall FFA, bred by Wysoon Brothers Show Pigs. Fifth place, Maddox Moore of Cottle County 4-H, bred by M&S Livestock. Sixth place, Paige Rutland of Lampasas FFA, bred by Hobson Show Pigs. Seventh place, Cannon Harris of Cisco FFA, bred by Underdog Genetics. Eighth place, Brayson Burend of Oldham County 4-H, bred by Wysoon Brothers Show Pigs. Ninth place, Katie Littlejohn of Potter County 4-H, bred by Fishbacher Show Pigs. 10th place, Bailey Luder of Borger FFA, bred by Tosh Show Pigs. Class 26, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 26, first call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 26, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 26, second call to the show ring. Class 26, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 26, third and final call to the show ring.
This is a really good class, and really nothing taken away from the rest. I thought it was a 3-horse race, and there's 2 of them that look similar. There's one that's a little different, but I think all 3 of them have a lot of good pieces and a lot of quality. I guess between the 3 of them, this one that leads off, I absolutely love his head. And coming out of the chute, that hits you hard, and he's stout-armed, he's burly, he's hairy. But more importantly, if you get on top of this 3 of them, he is the biggest in terms of his ditch and his edges up high. He's not perfect in his hip, and I think that's what makes it close. He's a little rounder in his upper hip and his rump, and maybe carries that down, but actually of the top pair, the longer I drive him out here, he's more comfortable as well. He's comfortable in terms of his hock and how he draws it back. He's more comfortable in the angle to his shoulder. To me, his body shape is a little fresher than the 1 and 2, and he proportions better in terms of substance and feature than the barrow that's going to be in 3rd. We could maybe open his chest up just a nickel, but that thing's awfully unique, especially about his head, his body, and his extra freshness. The 1 here in 2 has got an absolutely ginormous hind leg. He's probably the biggest in terms of his feature and his foot size is what I've seen so far. And he too is a lot like our class winner in terms of body shape. He perhaps is a little bit longer and square in his upper rump. Up front, although he's stout-skulled, he's a little plainer about the base of his jawline and the top side of his neck. It doesn't attach maybe quite as high. He is bigger chested, but to me, he's not as fresh up high in terms of his back shape. Young man, I'm being critical. That's an awfully good barrow there to be in 2. The 1 and 3 is the different one, and I do like this barrow. He's big-chested. He's awfully fresh up high. He's big in terms of his hip and perfectly drove by this young lady. Up high for how big this thing is and how fresh he is. Down low and in his jawline, he's just a little frailer, and it reflects into his bone work. We got to stouten him up in terms of ankle size, feature, and foot size. That one lands in a good class, though. Awfully fresh up high in terms of body. This one coming out is really neat from the profile. Is height to shoulder all the way out through his hip. He's good in terms of his body line as well. He's pretty good in terms of his chest, just too frail. And in a class like this, coming and going in a big ring, just gets too flat-bodied, a little too flat in terms of his muscle up top, but that's a good barrel there to be in 4. Wide-chested, wide, and just stout barrel that comes here in 5th. Good in terms of his top side. Maybe just doesn't pieces himself together quite as good from the side in terms of his loin, in terms of his rear skeleton movement, but that one certainly covers the basics, and I do think he's loaded with extra power when he comes at you and he leaves. The one here in 6, up high, he's impressive as he goes right underneath of you. He's got a big shape, a big expressive top working out of the back of his shoulder. We just got to lengthen his hip and allow him to go a little more comfortably on both ends, really, but he's still tall-shouldered, awesome in terms of his back shape here, in a really good class. We let these next few out again, talk to these kids. I think all these barrows in this particular drive have some quality, especially from the profile. Just need a little more punch, a little more power to compete. Again, congratulations to these kids. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Things keep moving faster. Not getting distracted by price tags and tag-alongs takes discipline. Discipline requires vision, purpose, and patience. Dreams may occur after dark, but they are not achieved overnight. Be steady. Keep moving forward. Stick to the plan.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 27, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 27, second call to the show ring. Class 27, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 27, third and final call to the show ring.
Real good class over here, and the young man's barrow that leads off. This is a good top pair. The difference I see is our class leader's an athlete. I think the angle to his shoulder, the set to his knee, his hip and his hind leg are built for speed. More importantly, that thing's really fresh. He's wide-chested. He's a little neater in how his head attaches into the top of his shoulder blade than the 1 and 2. He's real good in behind his shoulder and his upper hip all the way to the surface going away. That's a good barrow. Now, he might not be quite as smooth if you step up off of him in terms of his top line and how it transitions into his hip as the 1 and 2. Again, I don't think it's causing an issue. I like that barrow a good deal. This blue-faced barrow is very stout, and he is just as big-chested. He's just as big up high in the ditch working into his loin edge. He is very good in this view right here. He is dead square from the upper part of his hip, hawked all the way to the surface. A collection of little things land him in 2. A little planer up high in terms of just the way his neck attaches, the crest of his neck. I didn't read him to be quite as athletic the longer they were drove as our class leader. Again, a very good top pair of barrows here to discuss. Congratulations to both of them. The 1 and 3 is good as you watch him drive right under you. He's got a good fresh back, fresh skin and hair, stout skull in this particular barrow. We need to clean him up maybe in his flank, attach his neck just a little higher, but to me he wants to swivel from behind just too much, but I love his back shape, love his extension, his stoutness of skull. Again, a good barrow and a good class. The 1 here in 4, young lady, you do an excellent job of driving this one. He gives you a neat look from the profile in terms of presence, height the shoulder, strength of back, all the way out through a real square rump. Down low in this particular drive, just too fragile in terms of his jawline, down into his bone work and his lower body texture. From the side, though, awful good looking. This one is stouter than the one we just discussed. He's wider chested. He's better up high as he drives under you and bigger in his hip with that extra muscle to round out of his hip and just plainer in terms of the base of his body shape there. Love him from a power perspective. This one is much like the one we just talked about. Big-bodied, real good in terms of his spread up high. I read him to be plainer from the profile in terms of just extension out of his hip, extension out of his shoulder. Really good in terms of the center part of his body, just too plain for me. We roll these next few out in a good class here. Got some good barrows from the side in terms of proportion. Just run out of horsepower if you get underneath of them. Again, a great class here. Hats off to all these kids.
Your results from Class 27, first place, Cole Raines, Fredericksburg FFA. Second place, Kaysen Bergen, Wichita County 4-H. Third place, Zachary Blunt, Kerr County 4-H, bred by Lindner Show Pigs. Fourth place, Riley Halfman, Tom Green County 4-H. Animal was bred by RB2 Show Pigs. Fifth place, Jackson Beavers, Hillsboro FFA, bred by Blunt Farms. Sixth place, Allie Huseman, Lubbock County 4-H. Animal was bred by Southern Superior Show Pigs. Seventh place, Brody Letts of Haskell FFA, bred by Stork Livestock. 8th place, Landry Cozart of Klondike FFA. Animal was bred by Wintex Farms. 9th place, Trey Canales of Odom FFA. Animal was bred by C&P Livestock. 10th place, James Barker of Hale County 4-H, bred by Byers Farms. First and seconds from class 22 to 26. Start making your way back to the show ring. Classes 22 through 26, if you were a first and second, make your way to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. First and seconds from class 22 to 26. Make your way back to the show ring. This is your second call. Class 22 to 26, first and seconds. We can have our light cross division. Light crosses, class 22 through 26. If you have a first and second, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 22 through 26, first and seconds, this is your last call to the show ring for breed drive.
Really, really strong way here to round out the light crosses. And there's 2 or 3 of them. They hit me hard back in the sift ring, and they come up here, just good barrows. And I guess between the top pair, both of them have shape. Both of them are fresh. There's subtle differences. Our class winner, he's maybe not as neat ahead of his shoulder at the top side of his neck as the 1 and 2. He's maybe not quite as wide right behind his shoulder, but that thing is loaded with power. And to me, when he comes out of the gate, he's square-chested. He's good in his upper rump, and his main advantage for me is just skeleton. His hip, his hind leg, his reaching ability, I guess, for how boxy and stout he is still comfortable. Like I said, I still like the stoutness of his head. He's got a little on the top side of his neck, no doubt. I'm willing to give that up, though, because I think that barrow's stout. He's square, he's boxy, he's fresh, and still got a real big, useful hind leg. This 1 and 2 is perhaps the biggest backed one I've seen so far, and I commend them because this thing is fresh, and he is a little bit better in terms of his neck and the crest there, and his skull is really neat. He gives you a good presence, a good profile in terms of height the shoulder, and runs uphill. You know, when you get to his hip, he just gets a little awkward, a little tighter, got a little swelling there going away from you, but to me, he's just a little tighter in motion. Front 2/3 are awesome. He's wide-chested, fresh-backed, and got a neat head and neck ahead of his shoulder. The 1 here in 3, young lady does an excellent job of driving, and he ran into a good class because this one's boxy. He's wide-chested, stout-skulled, short-backed, and got plenty of shape. Now, when you step up off of him, he's just the plainest. He's the plainest down into the base of his stifle, a little too plain from the side, but that's a good barrow here to land in 3. A good blue barrow here that certainly has some width of chest and some freshness. He is longer hip than the barrow we just discussed. I guess to me, he's just not as comfortable, a little plainer about just the base of his jawline, how his neck ties into his shoulder, but from that point back, there's a world of good in just his extra power, his extra shape and freshness edges. This barrow here, awesome bodied, his forerib, his texture to his center cavity, back into his flank, up high and going away is where he gets beat. Just too plain in terms of his shape. As we get into these heavier weights, just a little staler, but I do appreciate his body shape. This one that comes out next, good from the profile in terms of height of shoulder, awesome hip and hind leg. I told this young man he just needs more to him. It looks like they maybe held on him just a little too long, a little more closed up underneath, but awesome from the side. Excellent way to round out this division as we round out these last few out of the ring. Again, let's congratulate all these light cross exhibitors as we get ready for our champion drive.
We move into our light crossbreed drive from Class 22, Creighton Rains, Fredericksburg FFA. From Class 23, Kathleen Harmon, George West FFA. From Class 24, Delaney Taylor, La Pointer FFA. From Class 25, Kane Cooper, Martin County 4-H. From Class 26, Cole Rains, Fredericksburg FFA. And from Class 27, Kenneth Schramm, Sealy FFA. Class 28, Dark Crosses. This is your first call to the show ring. Class 28, first call to the show ring.
Well, an awesome breed drive out here to start us strong on the cross day, and 7 class winners that certainly brought forth, I thought, the best within their particular class. Sure, a few give and takes here or there, and like I said yesterday, I'm not one of those people who have to have everything cookie cutter similar. Good livestock can come in different sizes and shapes. And to me, for our champion and reserve, it becomes close to between 2 or 3 of them, real close. And I guess when you count muscle out of it, I think all of them are stout enough. Maybe a few different areas. From the side, if you step up off of them, to me, there's one of them that maybe just a little more unique in terms of just bone work and feature and foot size. This one, for being that stout, has still got a useful hip and hind leg. Like I said, in his particular class, we could maybe freshen up the top side of his neck just a little, maybe lengthen him from that point forward. Other than that, I think this thing's fresh, he's dense, and he's got a good skeleton. Young lady out of the last class is driving our champion. Congratulations.
Your champion light crossbreed comes from class 27, Kenna Schramm, Sealy, FFA. Now coming into the show ring is Briley Byers, Hale County 4-H. Class 28, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 28, second call to the show ring.
We dropped that second in, and I'll be honest, it becomes real close between him and another one out here. Really good just from the side in terms of proportions and balance. There's another one I thought that, pushed our champions. Just so athletic in terms of his build, his skeleton, maybe not quite as fresh up high, but compared to another one for this reserve selection, I like his hip, his hind leg, his usefulness, and I still think he's got the basics. Young man on the far side is driving reserve. Congratulations.
Your reserve champion light cross comes from class 26, Cole Rains, Fredericksburg, FFA.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Class 30, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 30, second call to the show ring. Class 30, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 30, third and final call to the show ring.
Another really good class. And to be honest, I don't know if there's that one that screams, I got to win, but I do think there's 6 of them that are all very high quality. I guess between the top pair, different types here. The black barrel, just neater from the profile. He's more extended out of his hip. He could tie his neck a little higher on the top side of his shoulder. I feel like his length of hip allows him to just stride and plant and drive off of a good hind leg. He's big at the ground in terms of toe and feature. Get on top of him, he is monster backed. He's got a good shape working out of the back of his shoulder into his upper hip. Like I said, we could tie his neck a little higher. He could have just a little more in his center heart, his center forerib, but that's a good barrel in terms of extension. This one initially hit me as hard as any just because beautiful skin and hair, awesome back shape, and that's as big of a hip as we've seen so far in these lighter weight classes. Very, very stout, very powerful. He's every bit on the edge going away from you. We could maybe stouten and just strengthen his front foot placement coming at you. Didn't read him quite as extended as our class leader. I'm being critical. That thing's got an awesome body shape, an awesome shape up high, and a big hip in him. Real stout skull barrel that comes next that is just dense and burly in terms of bone work and feature from the ground up. Awesome bodied barrel as well because I think his forerib, his texture up high is good. I wish he had more fresh shape up high and out of his hip, a little plainer there in his upper hip as well, but that thing's stout, burly, and dense. This one coming next, it's got an awesome head, an awesome skull, and a wide chest. Awesome in terms of his shape up high, little just tighter everywhere, shorter out of his hip, rounder in his muscle pattern, but up high. I love his shape, love his skull, and out of the gate, it hits you real hard in terms of his chest width. One coming out 5, more extended probably, just real good up high, good in terms of his shoulder, his stoutness arm, his chest width, just rougher around the edges when you step up off of him, a little rounder in terms of his loin and his hip. Doesn't balance up quite as good as those others, but still a real fresh, good lightweight barrel here in the second, third class. This one coming next, wide-chested from his hip forward. I like a good deal. Get in behind him. We got to square him up, make him more comfortable. We round this class out. Again, I talked to these kids individually. They're doing a great job. We'll keep working through these crosses. It's been good. Let's go ahead and congratulate all these kids.
The only thing that comes out of nowhere is nothing. Exciting and true aren't always the same thing. Reliable is peaceful. Perspective comes from knowledge and experience. What's proven may not be glamorous, but the easy path isn't always durable. Be durable.
Your results from Class 29, first place, Hayes Dean from the Gymnet FFA. Second place, Marley Stone, Tahoka FFA. Third place, Bauer Holder of Hale County 4-H, bred by Byers Farms. Fourth place, Cooper Carson, New Home FFA, animal bred by Wintex Farms. 5th place, Heaton Woodson of Montgomery County 4-H, animal bred by McKinley Show Pigs. 6th place, Lane Stedge of Groover FFA, animal bred by Sweet Tooth. 7th place, Chase Rankin of Atascosa County 4-H, bred by Frankowiak Show Pigs. 8th place, Bentley Dobbs, Will Barger County 4-H, bred by Garrett Livestock. 9th place, Ty Breimer of Atascosa County 4-H, animal bred by Keith Cook. In 10th place, Madison Gowan of Kendall County 4-H, animal bred by Clay Farms. Class 31, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 31, first call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Exhibitors in the barn, if you received a champion and reserve champion breed, we need your bios back to the announcer stand before we do the grand drive. Champion and reserve champion bios will need to be returned in to the announcer stand before the grand drive. Class 31, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 31, second call to the show ring. Class 31, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 31, third and final call.
Another good class, a lot of different kinds in this particular drive. Our top pair, nothing similar, but I think both of them are very good. I know my class winner needs more bone. I'll be the first to tell you that. But if you get aside from that, if you get on top of him and watch this pair drive right under you, he is fresher. He's not only fresher up front ahead of his shoulder, he's fresher in his back shape and his loin edge. That's a big hip working in him. And to me, his skeleton is still good for how stout he is. He gets stout in the base of his jaw, and to me, that reflects down into his bone work. But from the side, he still balances. His height, his shoulder, his length out of his hip. And like I said, I read him to be the fresher bearer of the top pair. Now, this 1 and 2, he's got a huge hind leg. He's big in his feature. He's big in his ankle. He still moves around the surface very good for how dense featured he is. He's stouter skulled than our class leader, and by no means is he slacking in muscle. He's still got it. I just don't read him to be quite as fresh. He's not as fresh in his body texture. He's not as fresh up high out of the back of his shoulder or in his upper hip. That thing's got a monster hind leg, and he's stout anywhere you study him at the ground. Now, this black one initially hit me hard because he's fresh-skinned, he's fresh-backed, he's got a neat head, a neat posture up front. The longer he goes, he just wants to shuffle step off of both ends and out of his hip. Not quite as stout, not quite as burly in terms of his center body shape as those two that precede him. Love his fresh back shape. I just thought he funneled a little down low and shuffled too much on both ends. Stout skulled, dense featured barrow that comes next. I like this barrow's front 1/3 as he drives right at you. He's big, he's opened up, and he's stout. Little rounder in his edges, a little plainer from a design standpoint, but certainly stout skulled and very, very dense up high. A good barrow here that's fresh, awesome back shape, gives you a good look. At the same time, he's a little too long bodied, and I think it causes some issues from a balance perspective out of his loin and out of his hip. Very fresh, high presented barrow here to drive in a very good class. A good barrow here just in terms of power. He's stout. Anywhere you study him, his skull out of his hip with that extra power becomes just a little downfall because he's rounder out of his shoulder, rounder out of his hip, but real fresh in terms of back shape up high. A good class here as we roll out these next. I talk to these kids individually. Once again, let's keep going here. Let's give them a big round of applause. We'll work through these crosses.
Your results from Class 30. First place, Scarlet Pool, Dallam Hartley County 4-H. Second place, Wesley Humphreys of Sudan FFA. Third place, Colton Mullins of Upshur County 4-H, animal bred by Rockin' CM Show Pigs. Fourth place, Lehman Lindecki, Sydney FFA, bred by Bo Pop Genetics. Fifth place, Catherine Rudwick of Davenport FFA, animal bred by Allen Farms. Sixth place, Bradley Arnett of Bridgeland FFA, animal bred by Garrett Livestock. Seventh place, Karina Demaschio of Rouse FFA, animal bred by Bishop's Show Pigs. Eighth place, Hadley Brumley of Roy City FFA, animal bred by Frankowiak Show Pigs. Ninth place, Allie Pig of Valley FFA, animal bred by Tri Genetics. 10th place, Addison Miller of Davenport FFA, animal bred by Tosh Show Pigs. Class 32, first call to the show ring. Class 32, this is your first call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 32, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 32, second call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 32, this is your third and final call. Class 32, third and final call to the show ring.
Very, very good class. And maybe I sent up a few more than I normally have, but I thought I should because I thought the quality, we're 9, 10 deep in this particular class. I think a very good top pair between them. The one that leads off, it to me just hits me tougher. He's tougher in his build. He's stouter at the ground in terms of his foot, his ankle, his bone work. That thing's working a good shape up high, out of the back of his shoulder into his upper hip, and a stout hip that still works correctly. He maybe doesn't profile quite as uniquely as the Barrow in 2 in terms of height to shoulder. He's got just a little more at the crest of his neck, but that thing's skull is so stout, and it reflects back into his forearm, his density of bone work, and just shape and true muscle out of the back of his shoulder and into his upper hip. This 1 and 2 is a little taller. If you step off of him in terms of height to shoulder, he's shorter backed, and he's just boxy in terms of his build. Beautiful skin and hair. Good in terms of shape out of his hip. Up high, didn't read him to be quite as fresh. A little plainer ahead of his shoulder, and to me, he wants to swing just a little going away from you. That's a very good Barrow, good pair here in this particular class. The one coming out in 3, the all-black Barrow, has got some out there pieces, and I think he's got a good chest floor. He's got a huge ditch heading behind his shoulder and his blade. He still balances okay from the side. He's maybe just a little longer bodied. To me, though, he's too flat at the base of his cage, into his forerib and his midrib and back into his flank. Love his shape up high. Love his extra power. Just hits me a little raw, a little hard in terms of his body. 1 and 4 is awesome in terms of his build and his profile. And he's got some height to shoulder. He could go all day long because his angles read extremely good. If you get right in front of him and right in behind him, he's not as genuine. He's closed up in his knee. He doesn't have as much shape going right away from you. Like to freshen him up. But that thing's got a good body shape and a really good skeleton. A good, aggressive in terms of shape here in this Barrow. He's big-chested. He's got some density up high, short-backed, and pretty modern in terms of his look. I just wish he could get out and go. He's a little straighter and more rigid off of both ends. Young man's done an awesome job, though. This is a good class. Another good Barrow here that I told the young man is awesome from the profile, height to shoulder, length to ratio, is just really, really good. He just needs more to him. He's frailer at the ground. He gives up just some in terms of true power. We let out these next few. Real good class. I think all of them have plenty of shape, plenty of muscle, maybe just give up in an area or two in terms of balance. Again, let's congratulate these kids and keep it going.
Your results from Class 31, first place, Harrison Lipham from Stonewall County 4-H. Second place, Reese Sagebiel of Fredericksburg FFA. Third place, Peyton Weisenhunt from Cisco FFA, animal bred by Underdog Genetics. Fourth place, Madison Pelzil of Pilot Point FFA, animal bred by S Squared Show Pigs. Fifth place, Brooks Lang of Winkler Loving County 4-H, animal bred by The Stud. Sixth place, Joel Pooley of East Central FFA, animal bred by Sure Success Show Pigs. Seventh place, Jessa Battle, Reynolds County 4-H, animal bred by Rains Livestock. Eighth place, Piper Poole, Dallam Hartley County 4-H, animal bred by Brockman Farms. Ninth place, Elena Schupak of Austin County 4-H, animal bred by Brockman Farms. 10th place, Davis Lang, Winkler Loving County 4-H, animal bred by The Stud. Class 33, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 33, first call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 33, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 33, second call to the show ring. Class 33, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 33, third and final call to the show ring.
really, really good class. And honestly, we're 4 through 10, very good, but these top 3 hit me hard through the Sifrin and came back to back to back, and I knew it was about to get real fun. This top pair, they're both good. They're a little different. To me, our class leader just hits me denser at the surface. He's bigger footed. He's bigger in his hind leg. He's good in terms of his shape up high. From the side, he balances exceptional in terms of just show barrel proportions. Now, maybe it's a little closer because his knee is a little off for me. He's not as just genuine right in the base of his chest, perhaps, but that thing, I think it allows him to have some height the shoulder and really, really good from the profile. Like I said, it's amazing how stout he is and his hind leg and how dense it is. It actually stays square when you get in behind him and watch him go away. That's a good barrel. Nothing taken away from 2 because, like I said, he is bigger and he's better in his knee and just the stoutness of his arm and the skull, really, really good from that point back. His upper shape is perhaps just a little bigger than our class leader right in behind his shoulder. He's got a big hip working in him. I just wish he had a little more bone. He's a little frailer ankled, a little frailer in terms of his hind leg. That's a good pair of barrels there in this particular class. The one coming out in 3 from the side, I like as good as any in terms of height the shoulder, running uphill. He's square and level down to his tail. When you get in front of him and getting behind him, he just loses gas. He's a little too closed up in terms of his chest, frailer at the surface. I didn't read him to be quite as crisp and his edge up high as those 2 that precede him, just a little plainer shape barrel. I'm being critical, though, young lady. You got one that really is good from the profile. Love his head, love his skeleton as well. A good black barrel that is wider chested than the one we just talked about. He's got a good shape up high, good shape in his upper hip, just not as comfortable for me in terms of his skeleton, in terms of his build, but certainly got some out there pieces in terms of width and muscle. A good calico barrel here that's good from the side, just needs more muscle coming right at you, more base width from the surface up. Really good from the profile, though, in terms of height of shoulder and skeleton. This one is stouter coming at you in terms of his skull, his chest, and out through his hip. Just too tight in terms of his build for me, but it's certainly one that has some muscle. We let these next few out. Again, a great class here of Division I. Let's go ahead and congratulate all those kids.
Your results from Class 32, first place, Camlin Mason, Montgomery County 4-H. Second place, Weston Lackey, Haskell FFA. Third place, Landry Ottmers, Fredericksburg FFA. Their animal was bred by Lindner Show Pigs. Fourth place, Hartley Kushkrowski of West FFA. Animal was bred by Lindner Show Pigs. Fifth place, Crockett Eckhart of Fredericksburg FFA. Animal was bred by Byers Farms. Sixth place, Mark Buckskemper of Levelland FFA. Animal was bred by Lindner Show Pigs. Seventh place, Brittany Haley of Wink FFA. Animal was bred by Clay Farms. Eighth place, Cora Ford, Westlaco FFA. Animal was bred by 4F Livestock. Ninth place, Braylon Hinkle, Ford County 4-H. Animal was bred by BRS Hog Farm. In 10th place, Farrah Wilkinson of Lavernia FFA. Animal was bred by Sutherland Farms. Just a reminder, exhibitors, if you were the recipient of a champion, a reserve champion banner, we need your bios back to the announcer stand before the grand drive. Please bring in your bios before the grand drive. Class 28 through 32, this is your first call to bring your first and seconds back to the show ring. Classes 28 through 32, first and seconds, bring your animals back to the show ring. This is your first call. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors in the ring a round of applause as they exit. Classes 28 through 32, bring your first and seconds back to the show ring. This is your second call, class 28 through 32. Bring your first and seconds back to the show ring. We will have our lightweight division championship. A Attention in the barn. If you were missing an Apple Watch, please come to the announcer stand. Lightweight crossbreds, class 28 through 32. This is your third and final call. First and seconds, bring them to the show ring. Class 28 through 32, lightweight crosses, so we can have our dark cross division. Class 34, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 34, first call to the show ring.
Well, a really good way here to round us out in this first division, and a good trio of them, honestly. And I know maybe drove them just a little longer, and the one who withstood the drive it wins our class. I love this one from the side. He's probably one of the square-hipped barrows that we've seen from this angle right here in terms of his upper hip, his upper rump. He's got shape down his top. From the side, he's got more character about his skull, the density of his forearm. We could get a little critical. We could pick him up in his front foot placement, and he's every bit on the edge in that left hock if you get in behind him. But I think of this set from the side, I love his body texture. I love the character he has to his head, his chest, all the way out through his hip. A good barrel here to lead us off. The one that's going to be in 2, neat from the profile, and honestly, he worked his way up in this class because when he actually gets out and he goes, again, I love his skull, his ear set, his chest width, shorter back barrel perhaps in our class leader, and he too's got plenty of power. From the front view here, he doesn't have quite as much to him in terms of the base of his knee, the base of his cavity, not quite as fresh backed as our class leader. That's a good barrow, though. Young lady did a great job of driving him. The one here in 3, out there pieces, hairy, dense, just really, really big boned in terms of his hip and his hind leg. He's got plenty of power to burn. The longer we drive him, he's giving up on us out here. And to me, it's because he's a little too straight in the angle to his shoulder, a little too tight out of his hip. That thing's got wild shape up high, wild shape out of his hip, just wanting to give up on us in terms of driving. This one coming next, real stout in terms of his skull. He's good up high. He's plenty powerful out of his hip. With that, just a little rounder and rougher around his edges, up high in terms of his loin edge. Not quite as comfortable, not quite as balanced from the profile. That one's very, very stout, though, and opened up from any angle you study him. A neat barrow here from the side. I like his boxy kind, his shape up high. Very good in terms of skin and hair and bone work underneath. Again, much like the other one we just discussed, a little tighter off of both ends, a little shorter stepping, but very, very good in terms of shape up high and short-backed and boxy in his look. A good barrow here in terms of extension, height the shoulder, hip and hind legs needs redesign just a tad, but certainly a good barrow here. We let out these rests. Again, talk to these kids one-on-one about some things I like or like to change. Again, congratulations to all these kids. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Your results from Class 33, first place, Coulter Winter, Lubbock County 4-H. Second place, Alexandria Nelson, Kendall County 4-H. Third place, Hallie Hawkins, Livingston FFA, animal bred by HF Genetics. Fourth place, Nathan Oakes, DeWitt County 4-H, animal bred by Lindner Show Pigs. Fifth place, Avery Hobson of Lampasas FFA, animal bred by Hobson Show Pigs. Sixth place, Kaylee Wilson of Winkler-Loving County 4-H, animal bred by The Stud. In seventh place, Jacob Scout Russell of Palmer County 4-H, animal bred by IDK Genetics. In eighth place, Peyton Rayburn of Hamilton FFA, animal bred by Thomas Show Pigs. Ninth place, Caitlin Hodges, De Leon FFA, animal bred by Cozart Family Genetics. In 10th place, Corey Ray Charo of Deer Park FFA, animal bred by S Squared Genetics. We will now move into our Dark Cross Lightweight Division Championship. From Class 28, Cooper Carroll, Crowell FFA. Class 29, Hayes Dean, Jim Ned, FFA. Class 30, Scarlett Poole, Dallam Hartley, County 4-H. From Class 31, Harrison Lipham of Stonewall County 4-H. From Class 32, Camlin Mason, Montgomery County 4-H. And from Class 33, Coulter Winter, Lubbock County 4-H. Class 34, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 34, second call to the show ring.
Well, a really, really good division to start off the dark crosses, and I believe 6 or 7 class winners out here that all have some quality. And again, like I said yesterday, you kids, I know this is nearing the end of your show season, but maybe you are first or second. You guys should be really proud of yourselves for even getting here and working this hard, because I thought the classes so far have been really good, and I expect the same for the last division here. So just congratulations to you kids. Now, for champion out here, I do think it's a little bit close, but there was one that hit me awfully hard. And I guess when you step off of them and just compare them, to me, this one looks like a show barrow should. From the profile, really, really dense featured in terms of his bone work. He's got power. For me, obviously, I'm big on skeleton. His hip and his hind legs still stay inside of his framework. You know, the critics could say, and I would agree, he's not good enough in his knee, probably. Maybe just a nickel straighter shouldered, real fresh back, maybe not the widest. But again, I'm nitpicking a very good one here. Young lady driving across the rings, driving our champion. Good job.
Your champion dark cross lightweight division winner comes from Class 32, Camlin Mason, Montgomery County 4-H. Now entering the show ring is Weston Lackey, Haskell FFA.
Well, for reserve, it certainly gets just a little bit closer in my decision. I do think there's a trio of them that surface. I guess to me, there's some little differences. I do think that all three of them have a lot of quality, once again, just in terms of freshness, in terms of density. There's some differences. To me, our reserve champion of the trio is just a little bigger at the ground in terms of substance of bone and feature. When you get on top of him, he's still got a good back shape and good in terms of his hip for how stout he is. He remains the squarest. If you step in behind him, he might run downhill just a tad. He's got maybe just a little bit of crest and neck, but I like this barrel a good deal right here as driving reserve. Congratulations.
Your reserve champion of the lightweight dark cross division comes from Class 31, Harrison Lipham, Stonewall County 4-H. Class 34, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 34, third and final call to the show ring. Class 35, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 35, first call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a hand as they exit the show ring. Class 35, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 35, second call to the show ring. Class 35, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 35, third and final call to the show ring.
Well, a really strong way to start us off in our new division. The Black Barrel, he hit me hard back in the sift ring and comes out here. He's just a man in terms of his muscle shape, the stoutness to his skull, the shape working out of the back of his shoulder is impressive and class leading. You know, he's stout out of his hip, and yet from the side, his body shape to me reads really nice in terms of his full rib, his center cage. You know, second and third are both stronger in their front feet, and they are both wider chested. That's why I'd like to change that particular barrel. Other than that, that's a big ended, big topped, real fresh barrel here to lead us off. The one here in two, young lady, drives the wheels off of him, and from the side, he's my favorite in terms of height, the shoulder, length down his top line. He's boxy built and just runs uphill. He's still got a good skeleton, a good head. Now, when you get on top of him and right in behind him is where I'd like to just stouten him up. Of the top three, he's actually fades the most into the base of his hip, a base of his stifle, but from the side, I love that thing's look. I love his shape up high, his extension ahead of his shoulder. The one that comes out in three, real wide chested, real big ended, and he is stouter going and driving right away from you than the one here in two. He's got a neat head carriage about him on the top of his shoulder. He's just too frail at the ground compared to what he has up high. Of the top three, I read him just to be the plainest in terms of his shape, or his body shape, out of the back of his shoulder. He is monster in terms of his hip. He's got a neat presence up front. Again, young lady, you do a great job. Front 2/3 of this barrel are really neat, and he's stout-skulled, he's big-armed, he's burly in terms of his body shape and his back shape as well. In behind, I wish he matched what he had up high out of his hip. We got to stouten him up right there. We got to square him up from his upper hip, hawk to ground, but front 2/3 real good. This one that comes next, very good from the side, much like the one I just discussed. I like him from his loin forward. He looks like a show barrel just in terms of height, proportions, alertness up front. It's when you get from his loin back is where we just got to stouten him up, make him more comfortable, more aggressive in his turn, in his upper rump to the surface. Again, very nice barrel there to be in 5. 6 comes out, and this one, a long hip barrel that reaches and goes plenty good. Looks good from the profile in terms of height and just shoulder. From the side, or when you get on top of him and watch him come and go, we just got to be stouter. We got to be burlier in terms of bone work and just muscle shape. Again, great job by that young man. We roll these next few out. Again, a good class. Talk to these kids individually. Let's keep it going here. Let's congratulate all of them as we keep working through these crosses.
Emery Adamwitz, Atacosca County F4H. You're needed in the show ring. Your results from Class 34. First place, Khaki Bishop, Shallow Water FFA. Second place, Jade Tillery of Wise County. Third place, Isabella Gober, Haskell FFA. Animal was bred by Utley Farms. Fourth place, Riley McDaniel, Scurry County 4-H. Animal was bred by S Squared Show Pigs. Fifth place, Lacey Seidenberger, Glasscock County 4-H. Animal bred by Rains Livestock. Sixth place, Rhett Strassner, Smyer FFA. Animal bred by Lackey Livestock. Seventh place, Brendan Parker, Hale Center FFA. Animal bred by Ashby Show Pigs. Eighth place, Logan Malone, Merkel FFA. Animal bred by DL Show Pigs. Ninth place, Skylar Farley, Santa Ana FFA. Animal bred by Sweet Tooth Farms. Tenth place, Bristol Biggs, Hale County 4-H. Animal bred by Rival Genetics. Class 36. This is your first call to the show ring, Class 36. First call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these individuals a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 36, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 36, second call to the show ring. Class 36, this is your third final call to the show ring. Class 36, third and final call to the show ring.
Real good barrel here to lead us off in this particular class, and I think does so fairly handily. Not only is he just the densest, the stoutest everywhere you study him, but from the side, he still proportions good. He might not be just the best at the top of his neck, but aside from that, I love this thing's skeleton. I love his build. He's fresh-backed. He's big-ended. Just a good barrel there to lead us off. This 1 and 2 is a nickel bigger chested coming out of the gates compared to our class leader. You know, he's equally impressive up high in terms of his shape, his upper hip, down into the lower part of his stifle there. Down low, though, he doesn't match what he has up high. He's a frailer ankled barrel that doesn't hit the surface with quite as much density, quite as much bone work or uniqueness as our class leader. That's still a very good barrel, just in terms of freshness, extension, especially out of his hip. The 1 and 3 is dense and just burly. His head hits you extremely just rugged and tough in terms of his kind. He's got a big hind leg that still works good. Up high, read him to be good out of the back of his shoulder all the way into his upper hip. It's from behind is where he doesn't match it. He's just a little flatter, little plainer into the base of his hip and his quarter and his stifle there. From the side, he still looks like a show barrel. He's tough in terms of his build, just needs more going away. A neat looking barrel that comes next. It's elevated. Good about his skull, his extension, working a good ditch out of the back of his shoulder, from behind as well. Again, we need to stouten him at the ground, just square him up on his edges going away from you, but really a good barrel just from a freshness perspective. A neat barrel here that's got a lot of neat pieces. We can fix him from behind, but I got to appreciate his look, his skin quality, his height of shoulder and elevation and freshness. Again, we got to pick him up in his front pastern, make him more comfortable as he motors away from you, but still a good barrel. As we work on down this black barrel here, real good in terms of his skeleton, little lower shouldered, a little plainer from that point forward. Young man, you've done a nice job. We worked through this class again, talked to these kids individually, but a really, really good heavyweight class here. Let's congratulate these kids as we work into the next.
Your results from Class 35, first place, Haley Stone, Tahoka FFA. Second place, Madison Henderson, Carson County 4-H. Third place, Cole Cherry, Hood County 4-H, animal bred by Fisher Show Pigs. Fourth place, Addison Adams, Farmersville FFA, animal bred by Brockman Farms. Fifth place, Jada Farley of Santa Ana FFA, animal bred by S Squared Show Pigs. Sixth place, Ryder Patterson of Breckenridge FFA, animal bred by Underdog Genetics. Seventh place, Emily Carroll of El Paso County 4-H, animal bred by Sweet Tooth Show Pigs. Eighth place, Jackson Forsyth of New Home FFA, animal bred by Circle L Swine. Number 9, Madison Morales of Canyon Lake FFA, animal bred by Hankins Show Pigs. 10th place, Brindley Mund of Tom Green County 4-H, animal bred by Mund Livestock. Class 37, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 37, first call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 37, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 37, second call to the show ring. Attention the barn, Kate Jackson of Goliad. We have your exhibitor paperwork at the pork producers table. Kate Jackson of Goliad, we have your blue paperwork at the pork producers table. Class 37, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Third and final, Class 37.
A good class, and nothing taken away from third down, but as they come through the chutes, these two hit me the hardest, and I knew they was going to be close. A little different, and the differences I see are if you get on top of them and just study them at a three-quarter angle, this barrow that leads off is bigger in his cage. He's bigger up high, and the way he drops out of his spine into his loin edge from behind, both of them have plenty of shape. This one is squarer in his upper rump. He's squarer to the surface in terms of hock placement. From the side, he's the shorter backed, boxier built barrow that's a little neater ahead of his shoulder, at the top of his neck and his skull. Maybe not quite as loose in terms of his hinging ability from the profile as the one that's going to be in two. And I think that's what maybe makes it close. The longer this one drives, he gets just a little tight on me. But to me, his extra power, his extra chest width, his extra upper cage is what leads us off. This 1 and 2 is really, really good just in terms of drive from the side. I love the character to his skull and how stout he is between his eyes and up front in terms of his forearm. He's got hair, he's got shag, and he certainly has plenty of back and plenty of power. Critical, though, right behind his shoulder. He's a little drier, just a little plainer in terms of his body shape. And from the rear view, he doesn't stay as stable in his stifle hock to ground as our class leader That's a good barrow, though, especially just in terms of his head, his stoutness, his forearm, and his hair and density. A good pair here in this particular class. This young lady coming out in third, awesome barrow from the profile. His presence, his height of shoulder, his length out of his hip, very good in terms of his skeleton. Just wish he had more to him. Coming right at you and leaving, she does a heck of a job of getting one shown. This one is maybe just a little stouter, coming at you up high and from behind than the one we just discussed. Not as neat from the profile, little more jammed up in his front skeleton, a little shorter out of his hip, but real stout in terms of his muscle, real stout in terms of his chest width. A good barrow here again, front 2/3, I like a good deal. His head shape, his extra extension, his look. It's when you get to his loin and all the way back, because he's just a little more fragile in terms of his muscle, in terms of his feature. That's a nice barrow, though, to be in 5. The one that comes out next, very fresh in terms of his skin and hair and presentation up high. He's bigger in terms of his back shape than the one we just discussed, and stout in terms of his tail root. Down at the surface, though, we just got to make him a little more pried open at the base of his heart, the base of his skeleton, and going right away from you. A good class here again. Talk to all these kids. Let's congratulate them as they head out.
Your results from Class 36, first place, Jade Stone of Martin County 4-H. Second place, Mason Grady, Johnson County 4-H. Third place, Haven Creel, Newcastle FFA, animal bred by Lacey Livestock. Fourth place, Presley Ann Johnson, Victoria County 4-H, animal bred by Frozen Genetics Show Pigs. Fifth place, Kylie Huseman, Lubbock Cooper FFA, animal bred by IDK Genetics. Sixth place, Bromley Watson of Queero FFA, animal bred by Rains Livestock. Seventh place, Jansen Womble of Lubbock Cooper FFA, animal bred by Wintex Farms. Eighth place, Jalen Wilson of Carson County 4-H, animal bred by Clay Farms. Ninth place, Kenley Boriak of Lee County 4-H, animal bred by Burger Farms. 10th place, Andy Saxon of Plains FFA, animal bred by Sweet Tooth Show Pigs. Attention the barn, Callie Lynch, Moody FFA, you're needed in the show ring. Callie Lynch, Moody FFA, you're needed in the show ring. Class 38, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 38, first call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 38, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 38, second call to the show ring. Class 38, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 38, third and final call to the show ring.
Really, really good class and a good barrel to lead us off. This thing's tough. Anywhere you study him, he's stout-skulled, he's dense-featured, he's big-bladed, he's awesome in his back shape. He's the biggest hip barrel, and yet he remains pretty square when you get in behind him. If I'm going to be just nitpicky, we haven't seen a perfect one yet. He's got a little on the top side of his neck, but to be honest, he still ties it in good at the top of his blade. Like I said, he's just tough. He's tough everywhere you study him, from his skull all the way to a dense tail to the surface. Good barrel there to lead us off. The one here in 2, I guess, compared to the one in 3, has got a better hip and hind leg. I like this one's proportions from the outside, his height, the shoulder, his squareness of build up high. You know, he might be just a little neater from the profile up front compared to our class leader, but get off of him and just watch him come and go. He's not near stout enough to trump our class winner there, but still a good barrel, fresh skin and hair there to be in 2. The one in 3 is more maxed out in terms of his back shape. He's impressively stout out of the back of his blade, got a neat head on him, big in his upper hip, and got a good, just stout lower stifle there as well. He's just got to go just a little better for me. Too straight up front and a little straighter in the way he reaches out of his rear skeleton, but really fresh up high, really big in terms of his chest and going away from you. The one that comes out next, good from the profile, and he is a little smoother perhaps to look at than the one that we just discussed, but to me he doesn't have enough to him. He's a little plainer in his edges up high, plainer in terms of his shape going away. The young lady's done a really nice job though. No holes, kind of a barrel that's really smooth, really good and proportional from the profile. A big-chested, big-hip kind of a barrel that comes next. That's awesome in terms of his back shape. Just needs to get out and go and motor just a little more comfortably for me. Love his shape, though. Love his chest width, his forearm, and his extra power up high and going right away from you. The black barrel here initially hit me hard because the front view is awesome in terms of his skull, his chest, his stoutness of arm, and stoutness of back. The longer we drive him, though, out of his hip, he's just the plainer barrel. That's plainer in terms of body shape. Up front, though, and driving right at you, you could certainly tie in. This is a very stout, very powerful barrel that ran into a good class here. Gets a little off balance from the profile. He's a little longer bodied, a little off in terms of his loin. Like his stoutness of skull, like his extra power going right away from you. We let these next out of the chutes. Really a good class here, and again, talk to these kids individually. We got one more class to go. Let's go ahead and make some noise for these kids.
Your results from Class 37. First place, Tatum Beck Price of Snyder FFA. Second place, Copper Ferris of Nazareth FFA. Third place, Lily Cooper of Lubbock County 4-H. Animal was bred by Wintex Farms. Fourth place, Haley Riley of Lexington FFA. Animal was bred by Berger Farms. Fifth place, Holton Hawkins of Shallowwater FFA. Animal bred by Ashby Show Pigs. Sixth place, Jaden Max Vergara of Leveland FFA. Animal was bred by Knight Show Pigs. Seventh place, Bryn Tackett of Tioga FFA. Animal bred by Vincent Farms. Eighth place, Aubrey Garner of Jim Ned FFA. Animal bred by Cozart Family Genetics. Ninth place, Will Speck of Early FFA, animal bred by RW Genetics. 10th place, Paxton Adams, Farmersville FFA, animal bred by Brockman Farms. First and second placings from class 34 to 37. Start making your way back to the show ring. Heavyweight dart crosses, first and second placings from class 34 to 37. First call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. First and second placings from class 34 to 37. This is your second call to the show ring. First and seconds from class 34 to 37. Second call to the show ring for our heavyweight division. First and seconds from class 34 to 37. This is your third and final call for the heavyweight division drive First and seconds, 34 through classes 34 through 37. Make your way to the show ring.
Well, a really good class here to finish out the day. I think there's 2, 3, 4, all the way down. There's a lot of quality within them. And yet, to me, I guess there was a pair of them that stuck out, just in terms of freshness, and yet the one that leads off, so dense featured. And I guess for a heavyweight, he hit me hard in the back because he's so fresh. He's the freshest back barrel. He's the freshest bodied barrel for a heavyweight. And yet, from the side, if you drop off of him, he's the squarest in his upper hip. He's got a hind leg that could go on for a long time. It's still stout. It's still burly. He's good from the profile in terms of height, the shoulder, stoutness of skull. He might not be quite as neat at the base of it, or at the top of his neck, as the one there in 2. But to me, everything matches from the profile in terms of stoutness, feature, with the chest all the way out through his hip. Now, this 1 and 2 is no slouch because he is awesome from the profile. He might hook up just a little smoother, perhaps, in his loin edge in our class leader, and he, too, has got plenty of shape, plenty of dimension up high and going away. He's not as stout at the ground as our class leader. He's a little softer footed up front, just a little frailer everywhere. Comparatively, in terms of just feature and bone work underneath, that's a very good, high-quality heavyweight barrow, though, that up high and still has plenty of shape to go along with it. The 1 and 3, again, very good. And when you catch this one on the side, he'll give you a good look in terms of height, the shoulder, driven perfectly. I like his squareness to his upper hip, and going away, he does have more power than the one that we just talked about in 2. He's stronger footed as well. I guess to me, I just like to freshen him up in his edges up high, freshen him in the base of his body line. If you step up off of him from the profile, that's still a very high quality barrel. It still has width of chest for a heavyweight and real square in terms of his upper hip. A neat barrel that comes out here in 4. The young man's done a nice job, really fresh in terms of his skin and presentation. He is fresher backed than the one we just talked about. His rear view's awfully good. Coming right at me, he's wanting to close up in his chest. Doesn't have quite as much horsepower in terms of bone either, but that's a good high-quality barrow that's very fresh, especially up high. The one that comes next, initially I like this barrow because his proportions from the side, he's boxy, he's short-backed, he's got a neat tail root and still has some shape keeping his upper hip. The longer they go, they just is too tight on me. He's a little shorter out of his hip as well. I do love his skull. I just wish he got a gear out here and kind of went a little faster pace, but I do like that barrow just in terms of his look and his style. This one coming out is dense and just stout everywhere. Again, very, very neat out of his hip structure, up high in terms of muscle and down his top line. He just looks a little older, a little too mature for me in terms of his head and his muscle design, but a neat barrow. As we roll these necks out, again, talk to these kids individually, but it's been a very, very strong day as we work through these cross exhibitors. Once again, as we work into this final drive, let's go ahead and congratulate all these kids on all their hard work.
Your results from Class 38: in first place, Sophia Nelson of Kendall County 4-H. Second place, Addison Walzer for Elliott FFA. Third place, Taylor Simpson, Brown County 4-H, animal bred by 4-Bar F Livestock. Fourth place, Dallas Martinez, Shelby County 4-H. Breeder was Wysoon Brothers. Fifth place, Kirby Lacey of Tom Bean FFA, animal bred by Lacey Livestock. Sixth place, Emma Howell of Tioga FFA, animal bred by S Squared Show Pigs. Seventh place, Kylie Sparks, East Central FFA, animal bred by Doge Livestock. Eighth place, Brenley Hatfield of Haskell FFA, animal bred by Kip Smith Show Pigs. Ninth place, Sydney Miller of Hale County 4-H, animal bred by Miller Show Pigs. 10th place, Matthew Gober of Haskell County 4-H, animal bred by Bowman Livestock. We will now move into our heavyweight division drive. From Class 34, Khaki Bishop of Shallow Water FFA. From Class 35, Haley Stone of Tahoka FFA. From Class 36, Jade Stone, Martin County 4-H. From Class 37, Tatum Beck Price of Snyder FFA. And from Class 38, Sophia Nilsson, Kendall County 4-H. At this time, can we have our champion and reserve champion of the lightweight division make your way to the show ring? Champion and reserve from the lightweight division, make your way to the show ring, please.
Well, really, really good heavyweight drive. And much like our first division, I think all 5 of these class winners come to us, and maybe in a little different form or fashion, but I thought all of them won their classes rather handily, and they get back out here, again, not cookie cutter similar, all have quality, and you kids should be proud. You know, to me, it's between a trio of them out here for our champion, and like I said earlier, we haven't seen a perfect one yet. You could nitpick on them, you could maybe switch with me, and hopefully you can just agree with how I describe them, no matter if you like the way I place them or not. I've tried all day, the past 2 days, to break them down and describe every detail I have, because my only line of defense is this microphone. But I do want to congratulate you kids for working hard and getting to this point. To me, our champion is dense. He's tough in terms of his build. He's stout in terms of his skull. For a heavyweight of this drive, he's fresh. He's fresh up high. He's fresh out of his top and into his hip, and still looks immature about his body shape. I guess to me, he's the best in his center heart, and you step off of him, he still has width. We could maybe tweak him just a little in his hind leg and maybe a little bit at the top side of his neck. I love his skull. I love his stoutness. Young lady right here is driving our champion. Congratulations.
Your champion heavyweight division dark cross comes from class 37, Tatum Beck Price from Snyder FFA. Coming into the ring is Copper Ferris, Nazareth FFA.
We dropped that second in, certainly fits into the mix. Again, I think for reserve, there's a pair that push pretty hard, and just describe them. The young lady's closest to me of the pair I'm going to describe is a little better in terms of his center body shape. He's a shorter back barrel that from the side proportions a little better in terms of freshness of head and freshness of body. He might not be quite as out there as the other one in terms of bone work, but I think he balances awfully good. And then the one out of the last class is in contention as well. Of the pair, he's bigger in terms of his hind leg, his hind foot. I love the squareness of his upper hip and upper rump. You know, he's got plenty of chest width from the side. As you get into that heavy class, he's just a little flatter, a little drier in terms of his center body and his skin and hair there. But I love his upper hip and his extra substance, and can still utilize his skeleton very good. Again, nothing taken away from the other class winners. It's real close out here. The one that suits me second best, though, just from a freshness perspective, young lady right here. Congratulations.
Your reserve champion heavyweight division of the dark crosses comes from class 35, Hallie Stone, Tahoka FFA.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Primo feeds, sources, tests, and delivers high-quality ingredients to its 7 state-of-the-art feed mills across America. Once ordered, logistics specialists organize your fresh feed for delivery, while trucking partners ensure swift and reliable delivery to your doorstep or a nearby retailer. Experience Primo Feeds at www.primofeeds.com or find it in a store near you.
things keep moving faster. Not getting distracted by price tags and tag-alongs takes discipline. Discipline requires vision, purpose, and patience. Dreams may occur after dark, but they are not achieved overnight. Be steady. Keep moving forward. Stick to the plan. The only thing that comes out of nowhere is nothing. Exciting and true aren't always the same thing. Reliable is peaceful. Perspective comes from knowledge and experience. What's proven may not be glamorous, but the easy path isn't always durable. Be durable. Time can be frustrating. Patience takes determination. And when no one is looking, focus anyway. Lean into the struggles because the result is experience. There is no elevator to the top. The stairs are the only option.
Champion and reserve champion breeds. T minus 10 minutes. This is your first call. Start making your way to the show ring. Attention in the barn. Second call. Champion and reserve champion breeds. T minus 5 minutes. Start making your way to the show ring. Second call for the grand drive. Breeding reserve breeds. This is your last call to the show ring.
There is no destination without vision. Even the mere lack of resolve stalls progress. Accept that critics are eternal. Have the courage to be noticed and make an impact. If faith in the vision is deep enough, it's worth the risk.
Welcome back, exhibitors, parents, family. We are about to get started. I'd like to take a minute on behalf of Rodeo Austin and thank a few individuals. First and foremost, I'd like to represent our president of Rodeo Austin, Mr. Dauphin Jackson. We also have a couple of executive committee members, Mr. Keith Burdall, Mr. Brian Laney, Mr. Rick Lang, our Chief Operating Officer, Jeff Thane, we have another executive committee member, Dimitri McVeigh. Oh, Dimitri McVeigh. Mr. Jeff Dodd, our competitive events chair. Miss Lauren Todd, who is in charge of all of our competitive events. And of course, we couldn't have our swine show without our swine show committee members who have helped us with the unloading, the gates, and everything that this swine show has to offer. We could not do it without our volunteers. And of course, WT Ag Department, all of the members that helped unload your tack and help with our show ring help. So without further ado, we will start with our reserve champion breeds. Our reserve champion Duroc is shown by Leighton Canales. Leighton is 11 years old from Odom, Texas. He is a member of the Odom FFA. When his future plans consist of judging livestock and attending Texas A&M. Whoop. His favorite hobbies are showing pigs and playing sports. Congratulations, Leighton Canales. Your champion dark OPB is shown by Cooper Flynn. Cooper is 12 years old and of Moody, Texas, and a member of the Moody FFA. Cooper continues to work hard, graduate high school, and go to Texas Tech. Some of Cooper's hobbies include baseball and showing pigs. Congratulations, Cooper Flynn. Your reserve champion white OPB is shown by Ellen Rivera. Ellen is 13 years old from De Leon, Texas, and a member of De Leon FFA. Ellen's plans are to attend Tarleton State University and major in agriculture. Her favorite hobbies include showing pigs and being the catcher in her softball team. Congratulations, Ellen Rivera. Your reserve champion Hampshire is shown by Dakota Jade Martin. Dakota is 18 years old from Mason, Texas, and a member of Mason County 4-H. Her future plans are to attend Redlands Community College in Oklahoma in the fall and be a part of their judging livestock team. Her favorite hobbies include showing livestock, judging livestock, spending time with her nephews, Boone and Uncle Jeffy. Congratulations, Dakota. Your reserve champion, Yorkshire, is shown by Gentry Askew. Gentry is 12 years old from Tahoka, Texas, and a member of the Lynn County 4-H. Her future plans are to go to college and become an ag teacher. Her favorite hobbies include cheerleading, showing pigs, and steers. Congratulations, Gentry Askew. Your reserve champion light cross is shown by Cole Raines. Cole is 12 years old from Fredericksburg, Texas, and a member of the Fredericksburg FFA. Cole's plans are to go to Texas Tech and to get a degree in animal science. His favorite hobbies include playing football, baseball, win more shows, and win his baseball game today. Congratulations, Cole Raines. And your reserve champion crossbred is shown by Tatum Beck Price. Tatum Beck is 12 years old and from Snyder, Texas, and a member of the Snyder FFA. Tatum Beck's plans are to attend Texas A&M and major in veterinary science and plans to become a cervid species veterinarian. She enjoys spending time with her friends and family, working in the barn with her animals, and riding horses. She loves to cook, volunteer as a youth leader at church, and spend time with her younger cousin, Cora. Congratulations, Tatum Beck. Ladies and gentlemen, these are your reserve champion breeds. Your breed champions, your champion Duroc is shown by Kate Cooper of Wolfforth, Texas. Kate is 17 years old and belongs to the Lubbock County 4-H Club. Her future plans consist of attending Texas Tech in the fall and majoring in ag communications. Her hobbies are working with animals in the barn, spending time with friends and family, and shopping. Congratulations, Kate Cooper. Your champion dark OPB is shown by Zane Byers of Abernathy, Texas. Zane is 9 years old and a member of the Hale County 4-H. His plans are to keep raising and showing pigs, start raising cows, and become a scientist and study animals. His favorite hobbies are showing pigs and playing baseball. Congratulations, Zane Byers. Your champion white OPB is shown by Regan Pearson of Sundown, Texas. He is 11 years old from Hockley County 4-H. Regan plans to attend Texas Tech University, major in animal science, and play football for the Red Raiders. His favorite hobbies include showing pigs and playing baseball and football. Congratulations, Regan Pearson. Your champion Hampshire is shown by Roxton Stone of Stanton, Texas. Roxton is 14 years old and a member of the Martin County 4-H. His future plans are going to Texas Tech and wants to become a professional team roper. His favorite hobbies include showing and roping. Congratulations, Roxton Stone. Your champion Yorkshire is shown by Coulter Martin of Abernathy, Texas. Coulter is 10 years old and a member of the Hale County 4-H. She plans to attend Texas Tech University and then become a cosmetologist. Her favorite hobbies include showing pigs and playing basketball. Congratulations, Coulter Martin. Your champion light crossbred is shown by Kenna Schramm of Sealy, Texas. Kenna is 18 years old and a member of the Sealy FFA. Her future plans include to judge for Blinn College, then transfer to Texas A&M and major in poultry science. Her favorite hobbies include livestock judging, exhibiting pigs, and chickens. Congratulations, Kenna Schramm. And your champion crossbred is Camlin Mason of Montgomery, Texas. Camlin is 12 years old and a member of the Montgomery County 4-H. Her plans include attending Texas A&M and to own and operate her own business. Her favorite hobbies include showing livestock and hanging out with friends and family. Congratulations, Camlin Mason. Ladies and gentlemen, these are your breed champions.
Well, it's been an awesome 2 days, and I first off want to thank Rodeo Austin and the entire staff, Lauren, the announcer, the scale people, our ring help, not only up here but in the back, all the volunteers, the kids. I mean, this has ran so smooth, and I've been to a lot of shows. We've been through a lot of pigs, and I don't know if I've ever been to a show that has run this quick, run this good. We got a lot of gates to open, and every one of them was there whenever I needed them to be. And you know, I don't know the lady's name who ran the sift gate for me, but every kid that walked into that to the sift ring, she wished good luck, and that stood out to me. That every kid got talked to, not only by her. I went out of my way to talk to every kid because they deserve it. I just have to thank Rodeo Austin because this has been an awesome event that has ran so smooth. I know it's been a long couple months for you guys, but we have to appreciate them. Let's go ahead and give them a big round of applause for all they do. You know, I sometimes say, and maybe some of you guys might laugh, but I always say that everything we do is for these kids. And you know, it's a saying that I've always kept in the back of my head. And to be honest, without these kids, without the youth, we would not have a youth livestock industry. And all these kids, I've said it multiple times, they have worked so hard to get to this point. Whether you are, maybe you packed up, watching online, you're already at home, whether you're in the ring, no matter how you did, I know winning is our ultimate goal, but to be honest, there's a lot more in life that this industry teaches these kids. And so to every kid that showed to me the past 2 days, in my opinion, you've already won. Because you put in the effort, you put in the time at home, and you brought your projects here. And again, I know you guys have been through a long several months, and some of you guys might want to go home and not look at another pig here for a minute. But it has been awesome for these kids. And like I said yesterday, I've never been to a show where so many kids said, "Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am." And so polite, no matter how they did. And so hats off to you kids, hats off to you parents and you leaders for getting them here. And it's just been a really, really fun experience for me. And you know, judging shows really has nothing to do with the judge, but if someone were to tell me I'd be out here judging the barrows at Rodeo Austin, I probably would have laughed a little bit. I'm a small town Colorado girl that grew up on a cattle operation, got involved in the pigs a little bit, but it's really fun. And if I want to leave you kids with something, you know, maybe you're going through something, tough times, we're all going to have tough times. Just believe in yourself. If you want to achieve something, if you're going through something, if you keep your faith, your family, and your friends close to you, I promise you, you could do anything you put your mind to, and I firmly believe that. Once again, this has been awesome. The Barrow Show, as we fire these things up, it's been awesome, awesome quality all the way throughout. You know, we started off strong with some breeds yesterday, and they come back today, and they look even better. And we got through the crosses today, and really, really strong as well. So, again, thank you guys. This has been probably a bucket list item for me. I've truly, truly enjoyed it. So thank you guys again. Thanks to my two parents for coming out here and supporting me. Again, we're cattle people, so we're going to go home and probably compare some thoughts. But again, this has been truly fun. One more time, I know our crowd's a little weak, but let's make some noise for these kids. It's been awfully fun.
Your grand champion goes to Roxton Stone of Martin County 4-H. Now in the ring is Dakota Martin of Mason County 4-H.
last time I'll come to the mic. Once again, thank you guys. I thought our champion, he ain't the biggest, but that thing hit me so hard from the sift ring all the way up. It gets real close for reserve out here, and you know, it's honestly between a pair of them, nothing taken away from the others. One is maybe a little bit more tricked out in terms of his hip and his hind leg, but like I called out earlier, just a little closed up in terms of his chest, a little straighter up front, but that thing's got some unique pieces. And then the other one comes out here built flawless from the side, and his skull and his head shape is awesome, with still being a heavier weight one that's still fresh on the top side of his skeleton. Maybe not as tricked out in terms of back shape or as much hip dimension as the other one I've previously described, but by no means is he slacking. Guys, this has been an awesome show. Again, thank you guys for having me. To me, I'm going to keep those hams together. Congratulations.
Your reserve grand champion, Dakota Martin, Mason County 4-H. Thank you, exhibitors, parents, staff, volunteers, Rodeo Austin. Thank you.